Alrighty, hello out there. We're on part 114, and we need andesite, and we need a lot of it. But yep, andesite. We're bottlenecking again, very bad. Last time we did get some extra beacons, and we did solve our cobblestone shortage. But we have another shortage now of andesite, and we need more. So we remade some basic things. So we remade our flint and steel. We got some spare andesite in here. Let's see, we still got some spare moss, things of that nature. You know how that goes. And the miscellaneous stuff. What we're gonna do is just take probably a little bit of time here and just dump all these away in the old reorganized chest. And we'll reorganize these at a later date because I don't want to do it right now. But yeah, we're gonna need to gather like 8 boxes of andesite. So yeah, but it's currently day 1212, so we are definitely moving on up. That's always good to see. And we just need to go get some andesite. So we're gonna pop on over to those dead islands now to help clean those out a lot more. We're heading over to these things here, and we're just gonna go clean them out. After I redo a couple of big things because we're completely filled on stuff in this box. And I need more space, unfortunately. Here we go, we got a spare pink box. So what we can do is put a bunch of our spare non-stackables away into a place like this. But yep, that's what we do. Put those away. We get this stuff put away. These are our soul speed boots that we spent a lot of time making last time, so that was good that we got those now. And we'll maybe just stockpile these away as well. There we go, we got a nice clean box that we can use. That has some miscellaneous stuffs in them. So we got some extra food, some extra coal. I should have a box with wood, so we can put in some spare wood as well. Now anything we might really desperately need we have in this box, and then here we have a catalog of our extra tools as well, which can go in there, and there we go. That should be everything that I want reorganized. I shouldn't have any more issues as far as I can tell. Here we go. I'll go ahead and slide that there, slide our logs into there. And we've got an andesite box we can use, that's cool. And then here's our cool soul sand box. I can just stay up in the top there. And we got a spare gray box I can go toss away somewhere else. But yeah, we need andesite. That is our main problem. Now we have one shulker box, and again we're gonna want 2 layers. So which we don't have to build 2 today, but I need enough material to build 2. So we need 8 shulker boxes in total, which yep, that's a lot. And we'll get them, but yeah, we've got quite a large amount of work already set out for today. I seem to have misplaced an entire elytra. If I had to guess, I tucked it away into here. Yeah, okay, I did. Because I own 6 elytra, so there should only be 5 extra in there. Okay, that's an easy enough fix, I guess. Could have that, yep. Alrighty, cool. But you can see though what we've gotten done. We got some more basic openings. made a little arch there. We've got our massive opening here. And you can see our 2 andesite layers that are going to have to go in place. And then another like opening there as well that's formed. But yeah, we need to go out and actually get andesite. So again, about 8 shulker boxes worth should do it. The only big issue is actually finding a place that has that much just laying around, you know. Like here we have like a nice empty like stone patch, but it's, you know, andesite that we need. Now we can also do other things as well. So you can combine diorite and cobblestone to make andesite. One diorite and one cobblestone makes, you know, 2 andesite. Or obviously the better thing we're probably gonna do is just mining it. So like we have like a nice chunk here, for example, that we can like go through and try and get as much as we can out. And we'll just kind of hope for the best. We'll just fill up these boxes first, and then we can, you know, stockpile anything extra we get into those. But we probably just want to get our 4 shulker boxes first, and then we'll worry about the other 4 either later today or tomorrow. So we don't have to do everything all at once, but we should try and get a lot of it done. Here we go. I believe I'm gonna have to put my bed out. We'll put that there. And then we'll probably tuck away a couple of extra things. Just because. Here we go. That should be fine. And we can get started. So yeah, we need a lot of andesite. Luckily, again, we do have a couple of big blobs that I know of. But, you know, once I've drained all of them, that's when we run into our big problems. So hopefully I don't run out of them too bad. And there's no substitute for this either. At least we do, again, have easy access to cobblestone and diorite here as well, so that should help kind of alleviate some of it. So we can always craft the rest of it by hand if absolutely necessary, but... And we've even got some, I know we have spare diorite somewhere deep in my base, within a couple of shulker boxes that we can just recondense. So that's also a very good thing to have as well. But for the most part, I'm just going to try and only get andesite because, you know, it's a lot easier to just have the whole thing already pre-made. There's no funny business, there's no having to worry about crafting it and making sure we got enough equal parts. It's just, you mine it and you get it. Oh, I also completely forgot too, I had music ready and all that, and I forgot to turn it on, so sorry about that. I kind of blinked out there. Anyways, no big deal. Should be playing here momentarily, so we should be good to go. Still have not actually been able to find like more songs that I want to put in. I'm probably going to start looking through some like the Kirby OST or something, but again, once something gets a little bit calmer, we can have a couple of like upbeat songs here or there, but I'm trying to stay away. I would include like Persona music, but the it might be a little bit pickier with that, considering it's not exactly a Nintendo movie, obviously, and then I don't exactly know how Atlas is, like, you know, how defensive they are, that kind of stuff. Some companies are way meaner, and they will try and strike, like, you know, midstream, so just want to not have too many issues if I can help it. But again, if you ever have any recommendations for music, feel free to just say something, I'll look into it, you know. Again, just trying to keep things from like any kind of like video game OST. Animal Crossing, that was another thing too I need to actually look at as well. Because a lot of the old like Animal Crossing like soundtracks would actually probably be like prime for this stuff, but these things are a lot like slower pace here than in a lot of other like hardcore streams. Well, maybe not. Those always still have a lot of building in them too, but you get my point. Just not very high energy. So we don't want to have anything like too hype or anything, considering there's not a lot to get hyped about. I don't want to just have like Minecraft dubstep or anything. Let's just switch that around a little bit, considering we're not going to be flying for a while. You have spare torches? No. Huh. That is an issue I should probably address. As I kind of want to have some of this lit up here as well. Okay, there's quite a lot of andesite down here, so that's pretty good. We've actually just filled up, so... Be the one in the back here. There we go. Also take some of this cobblestone as well. We'll leave a little bit of my inventory space for cobble. Probably this small, like this 2x3. And everything else can be andesite, that should be fine. And again, if we run out of stuff on this island, we'll just go to a different one or back to my base even, because I know there's a couple of patches I haven't actually cleaned up properly. And it would appear we're out of range of the haste beacon, which is a little not cool. I'm just barely in it here, but then we step out of range, of course. And we gotta try and get a hold of like every last drop of this stuff, considering it's, you know, kind of hard to find big patches like this all over the place, you know. And I'm not gonna craft diorite just to be able to craft andesite. Because then to craft diorite you need fucking nether quartz, so that's not gonna happen. Even if I had a bartering farm, it wouldn't happen because it's just too much, you know. Alrighty, we're gonna maybe bail on up and out of here. Alrighty, first shulker box down. Come on, there we go. 3 more to go. We still have a lot of stuff down here that needs to be picked back up. And again, that haste beacon just does not fucking reach anymore. Is again a problem in its own. I don't want to have to go build a new one. I'm not moving that one either because I know there's other andesite like directly next to it too that I want to get. So we'll just have to kind of go back in and out of range. Just mine up whatever we can. It's going to be very dark when we get back up because I've neglected to sleep for too long. So luckily we have a chest plate on. It should still be relatively safe. Yeah, safe enough. I'm not seeing anything that could kill me at least, so that's good. But yeah, we have a little bit of andesite up there that we'll have to go harvest, and otherwise that's pretty much like the only other big andesite patch on this whole island. So again, very important we pick up what we have here, because there might not be another chance to get this much over here without having to move the whole damn beacon. I hate moving beacons because it's just annoying, so I would literally rather go and get a whole new beacon and like set up a new one with iron and everything than have to go fucking, you know, move a pre-existing one. That's why the ones in the mesa are still there, because I won't ever need that much terracotta again, but I don't want to have to like sit down and move them because I hate moving them. That's pretty much all of it. We've got like little like weird straggly bits, but there's not enough of them to really care about. There's not like a whole pocket of them anymore. Yeah, we've pretty much picked this whole place clean. Again, is a problem because now we're gonna have to go find somewhere else here in a little bit. Yup. Oh boy. That's everything. Yeah, I'm literally seeing like a couple of weird ones, but get some things here and there, but it's all gone. That got us like what, a shulker box, like singular, and then like a little bit more. That's fine, but these results are not exactly the best. Get some extra cobble out of it too, which is always nice, but considering the sheer amount of stuff we're gonna need, it's not exactly too useful. Alrighty. Oh, let's just keep going, I guess. We have this massive chunk here now that we can use too. I want to scour around a little bit. So we have this big chunk by the beacon, directly next to it. And do we have any others? We got a smaller one here that's technically not quite connected. And we have any more? It's looking like a no. Nothing over here. I'll just put on the elytra and fly around real quick. I'm not seeing anything. Got some gravel, but not actual andesite. We have more on the other side of the island here that we can harvest, because we'll just get rid of this. See how much we can get before I run out of haste. I just ran out of haste. Just want to try cleaning up a lot of this. So we do have a like small little section here, but otherwise, the one next to our beacon and the other one next to our beacon, those are the last two that we really own that are, you know, close enough to actually do anything with. Because there's nothing else on this whole island, for God's sake, so... In fact, we actually just cleaned out this whole patch, like, in one sweep, so that was a sad, sad, tiny one. Which is not good. I need more. We have that one we can go check for real quick, just while I'm here. Which I'm only seeing stone. And andesite does stick out pretty well, so we would actually see something, but... No, it's all stone. Oh, so this one's a dud. We have some of the mainland we can go reclaim, but otherwise this was pretty much our best bet for andesite without having to go back to my base, which we'll have to go back to my base, so that's gonna have to happen. That's alright, just a little bit unfortunate is all. But anywho, I guess we would better set up shop here real quick, so we'll dig a nice little spot here to put a couple of things at. We can put our ender chest there. We can get our bed there. We'll just go ahead and fill in some of that. There we go. We got our first andesite box. Our second one, and then 2 empties that need to be filled. And then this is my personal one. And then we have some miscellaneous goods. There we go. Alrighty. Cool. Alrighty. And now back to it. And luckily it's a larger patch, but still. And it's very close to the beacon, so we should have haste the whole way through. Assuming we don't accidentally take out a small part of the beacon. We shouldn't. my god, it actually changed into a better patch underground too. Nice. Not a total dead end. Alright, second box, very good. We're also going to maybe pick up some more cobblestone, because we have a lot of it laying around here I could probably use. So we'll do a little bit of cleanup and then we'll continue mining. Oh, man. Alrighty. It's pretty much all the above ground andesite now. We do have this small little tunnel, I want to say is around here, right? Yeah. We do have some more underground, but it seems to be in a weirder spot. Because we also got some water flooding in as well, like that. You know, not quite as cool, still doable, still workable, but definitely a little bit more annoying. Now, we probably won't quite have enough to fill up all of these shulker boxes that we're going to need, but we can definitely get one layer done with this amount of stuff that we've already got combined with the one back at my base, so that's at least good. But again, we are going to need even more. And we're out of space here. There we go. And we're going to clean up some of the remaining cobblestone. Just go take as much of it as we can. There we go. Now, a lot of it should be getting pushed to the edges out in here and all that, so that's always good to see. Makes it a good bit easier to clean up. We're also going to craft some more torches here soon as well. I'm kind of out. I have 2 left. It's fine, but I'm gonna want more. Luckily we have the coal and all that on me, so I can just make them here real quick. Hey, water. Interesting. I lied. Get that shit out of here. Hey, seriously, this is becoming less and less funny by the second, how much sand and water there is. Everywhere, dude, like, come on. Get real. Do we actually... That should be the last of it, at least, so we can just kind of take some cobblestone and cover this up. And let it kind of flood back. There we go. That's at least the last of it in this area, so that's good. Hey, what do you know? We got a small diorite patch right there. So we'll be able to harvest some of this diorite and get it turned into andesite if it's needed at a later date. It's great because it will be needed. Well, we need to get out of here real quick. Alright, nearly 3 boxes. That's good. All we need is one more, and then we can go build the, like, what, 11th layer, I want to say? So we're getting ridiculously close to completion, but still just need a little bit more. What? Oh, yeah, Jay. Holy shit. Hey, welcome. Imagine getting raided. I guess could be me, but hey, welcome. I have no andesite. It's like the shittiest block in the game, and I have none of it. And I need a lot of it, because I'm getting ready to go build the next part of that mountain, so it's finally happening. But I joined the server a little bit today too, so that was cool. I made it do like all the different bases and all that a couple hundred blocks out, so I'll probably be back on a little bit later tomorrow too. I should have studied today, but I ended up not doing that because I kind of forgot. I didn't really need to, at least. I just need to do something on Sunday at the very least. But yeah, we have no andesite. You can make it out of cobblestone and diorite, but that would require mining diorite. So you know, issue in itself. I've already got enough. I got a ton of excess diorite at my base, and I can still use. So I won't go out of my way to mine a lot of this stuff quite yet. But seems like I've pretty much nearly exhausted this whole island. 'Cause I've gotten all of it out of the surface. But I still need like more, so I might have to go somewhere else. Yeah, no, I know I can craft it. It's like what, 2 cobblestone and 2 that's not 2, it's 1 cobblestone, 1 diorite, yeah, to make andesite. But again, I actually have to like craft it, and I'm gonna bottleneck a diorite, so I have a little bit of extra diorite back at my base I could still use, but I'm gonna hold off on that. I want to mine as much of it naturally as I can because it's a little bit easier, you know. But it doesn't really matter, just as long as I get it in my inventory. But yeah, we've pretty much picked this whole island clean, and then the other island isn't exactly doing too good either. It has none to begin with. I don't want to have to move the beacon, so we'll probably just take some of the diorite later on and then combine it with some of the cobble. I think technically we've already got enough to do the first layer, but I want to try and do both the andesite layers for today. Because if I do both of them, I'm pretty sure I can just go straight to the stone layers and probably finish those up too. So depending on how like motivated I am, I might actually be able to get the whole inside of it done today, or at least the very like majority of it. But who knows? Who knows indeed. And we are out of andesite in here. Or at least in this part. There should be some more up in some of these higher up sections, yeah. Also, it's nighttime, I forgot to sleep. That's no good. Give me a second here. There's nothing trying to murder me for now, that's good. I'll go ahead and stash some of this away. And I need to put that away, and then there we go. Alrighty. Alright, so yeah, I saw you were streaming a little bit too, because like when I like started streaming myself, I saw it was like 3 hours or something, so that's quite a lot. And I got another couple of hours myself too that I have to go do, because I'm finally almost done with that mountain, and I still really want it done. Not that I need to even rush for it, but since it's already like so close, I might as well just try a little bit more. Yeah, I should have been doing like finance homework today as well. I'm behind on finance a little bit. I had to like kind of forego it to go work on accounting stuff to go study last week, and now that it's over, I can just, go work on finance again. supposed to do that today, and I forgot, and, you know, kind of can't forget, because it's a 6-week class, so if I fall behind too much, I'm going to have a really hard time catching back up. Do we get any andesite then in these caves? I think I do somewhere. I'm almost certain we get something down here, yeah. It just is going to be a little bit weirder. Oh, I'll take what I can get. I could see that is. Oh, that's another thing too, because I have the Guardian farm, I can actually finally like craft water breathing potions in both, and like not have to worry about the pufferfish cost or nothing. Because pufferfish are kind of a bit of a pain to get a hold of and, you know, amass without something like that. Considering I don't use like a fish farm or nothing, so good that I can actually do that, because it might actually come in handy when we raid some more ocean monuments one day. I want more sponges. Like, I think I should try and get a whole like shulker box of sponges. I think they could be pretty useful. But we have like 25 stacks to collect, so it'll certainly take a lot of time, but I think the end result will be very worth it. And I'm also thinking too, it's not even that like impossible to get like a shulker box of beacons, because I'm thinking about trying for that at some point when we get the like deluxe like wither skeleton farm built like way in the future, because I think that could be a cool end goal. And fuck it, shulker box of diamond blocks, I guess, since we're just talking about random shit now, but I think that could be cool too, who knows. These are always cool on paper, but in practice I have to spend like 100 or a couple hundred hours even just trying to gather all the materials, and then, you know, it can take a very long time if I'm not prepared for it correctly, which I usually never am, so, you know. At least we have this underwater cavern here that's providing the rest of my andesite, because that would kind of stink. Go ahead and toss some of this out. There we go. We'll just try and load up on as much as we can before we have to head back up to the surface. But yeah, for anybody who's new, hi, welcome, how you doing? And we're gathering materials because I have a mountain that I've been working on, and it requires andesite, and it requires about like 8 to 10 shulker boxes of andesite just for the next couple of layers. And then we'll also actually have to get regular stone as well after it too, so we're kind of stuck until we get all this stuff done. I could do other things, I just don't really want to, but I think that should be fine for now. I've got a spare shulker box back at my base already, and then we already have these 4 as well that we're making, so that'll put me up at 5, so we should be able to finish up 1 layer and probably start and kind of semi-complete the next one as well. But we're running low on fortune pickaxe durability, and I don't feel like actually pulling out my spare, so I do have a silk touch pick in my inventory as well, but I want to use it for now. At least it's easy enough to find the way back. Sounds like it is raining. Yep, it's raining. It's kind of gray. Can't rain here because we're in a savanna, but now we're not technically. Also, there's a couple of trees, so it is a little weird too. But not quite full, but full enough. So you know what? We'll take that. That's whatever. That probably won't matter. So what we're gonna do is just put away the cobble. There we go. Nice. And then we'll just head back to the base for now. We'll come back to that island for more andesite later, because I know we're gonna need it. If we don't want to mine it, we can craft it with cobblestone and diorite, and I should have a ton of extra diorite that I don't plan on using, so that's another thing too. But yeah, here's some of the old like cobblestone lava casts that I had made just to kind of gauge the scale, the different like mountain peaks and their heights as well. And then I made a whole ring of these around my actual base, which is just around the corner here on this like island. So that was pretty cool. And we should be good to start placing in stuff, so might as well. We have our ender chest, but we have no pickaxe durability, so I guess we'll get this fixed up real quick. But yeah, we got a pretty nice base. It's still like a huge work in progress just to keep me busy, but it's coming along pretty nicely. Now here we have our guardian farm, so they all spawn down there. They only spawn in that bottom corner where all the scaffolding and other portals are, so they'll spawn at the bottom, they get pushed up by soul sand up into the scaffolding, then they'll just kind of flop around like idiots, and then they go through the nether, and then eventually they pop out on this side over here. And when they pop out on this side here, we can, you know, kill them. And they give a lot of XP. But we have kind of a weak influx for now, so normally there's a lot more, but it takes a little bit of time to start up properly, but it does get better. But the other alternatives we have to this are like the villager trading hall that I have, that's tolerable, and then like a couple of other make-niche things, but this is usually like the way to go, honestly. But yeah, we'll also try and build up our levels a little bit too. Yep, there we go, everything's all fixed. I made a spare set of netherite boots recently as well, which is pretty neat. So now it's just, I'm not wearing them now, obviously, because I'm not in the nether, but they have soul speed 3 instead of depth strider 3, so we can actually use them pretty nicely. Yeah, we're working on the next mountain layer, so... Oh, and I forgot to put in the dirt yesterday to nick this up a little bit. Oh well, not too big of a deal, luckily. There we go. I'll do that. And basically, just anywhere where there's dirt, we want to just kind of pillar up as high as we can. So we have some other farms tucked away down there. They're just out of sight nowadays, which is pretty good. And I do actually plan on using the hollow space that's going to be formed by this mountain as well to just like have like a whole like city in and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be cool. And I've even like kind of like tested around, so you can't see it too well, but I'm working on some like basic designs to try and like make these like basically like pads or like some kind of like stone structures where kind of like hourglass shaped, and you know they start out fat at the bottom, they curve to a thin point, and then they curve back out into like a fatter shape, and then they'll be like very big on the top, so you could actually comfortably put like a whole house up there and like, you know, a farm and things like that too. And that also helps because, you know, we can actually make them at different heights. Because either we would build everything on the floor or have stuff suspended from the ceiling, but then you still have a massive amount of middle stuff. And all this is going to go at some point. But when you have a massive amount of empty space in the middle, it's just going to feel awkward. So the best way I could find to alleviate that was by making stuff like that. Or we could even just straight up make floating islands. Who knows? We'll figure it out. I just don't want everything to be held up and suspended by like chains or something. That's kind of an easy cop-out, and it wouldn't even look that stellar after a certain point. Because how you're going to tell me all these chains are going to be supporting like entire houses? Like, come on. And it's not like it even has to make like that much sense, but I just want something to be different and have it actually look cool, so... But it looks like the sun is setting here. I'll have to place this stuff in quickly and get the bed. I think we should have the bed. Yep, there we go. Alright, yep, the mountain range is still coming along good. It just takes a while to do, but it is still very nice to have, honestly. And it's not gonna just look like this forever as well, with how like tiered and like kind of like rough it is. It will actually get like smoothened out a good bit. But this is just the inside of it as well, because the outside has to be designed like in a separate way to actually like look better. Because the way it kind of needs to curve is just weird, and I actually have to take some extra time to plot that out. But the only reason this is so like steep and like vertical is I ended up building it too close to my actual base, and I didn't give myself enough like distance because these were put in first, and then I was like, huh, I needed more space, but then by then it was too late, so I was like, oh, fuck it, we'll figure it out later. And I will figure it out later. It's actually not too bad having it be like this, like sheer and like ominous like this, because it helps like kind of sell the gradient a little bit more, especially once we actually get some more stuff in place, like some deep slate and some packed mud, or some extra texture in certain layers. But I'm still learning how to do this stuff. And when we do the outside, it'll look more like an actual like mountain, where it's like sloping up to like its peaks like at a lot more of a gradual distance instead of something so like sharp. Like, not to say like things like this don't exist in nature, like the Grand Canyon is like a prime example of like these kind of tiered, like almost completely vertical cliff faces, but like I wanted to build a little bit more of an actual like a mountain like Mount Everest or things like that kind of stuff, But this still works too for what it needs to be. My keyboard has given out. Very cool. Seems like it might be time to replace the batteries again. Who knows? But they've lasted me a while, so I don't really mind. We do have a couple of missing blocks in some of the walls from like Enderman and whatnot, so I'll have to go actually patch those up sometime today or tomorrow or whatever. Yeah, you can see just kind of what we have prepped out here, so it's nothing too impressive. We just have some basic like dirt like scaffolding to help kind of like show what's going on and then where I should be building. But it's mainly there just to make sure we don't like make these layers like too steep or just too weird looking. And there's a very abrupt like cutoff between like it's andesite and then it's immediately cobblestone. It's actually, it will fade into it, and it'll do the same thing for all the other layers. Like they'll fade into each other instead of it just being like a hard like line. But I'm not exactly concerned with that right now, because that takes a lot of time and effort and actual blocks too, and I just need the shapes in place. So there's no real reason to kind of try it. No, we should be coming up. Oh wait, no, it's a little bit higher up. Never mind. There's a cave entrance. I wasn't sure where it was, but it seems like it's a little bit higher. But I'm also leaving some predetermined spots as well for some small like cave openings in certain parts of the mountain, or like, in that case, a really big one. And then I can always like carve out some like extra ones too, like near the bottom and somewhere like in these like big flatter parts. But making these cave openings, and like we'll be making like overhangs that jut out of like the like cliffside and all that. Doing things like that will help to kind of like break it up, so it's not all like extremely like flat and repetitive. We should actually have like a nice bit of like variation in our depth, because we don't want it to all like feel the exact same. And we'll leave the shulker box here until we bring through a stack. But it's coming along great. And it's keeping me busy, which is the main thing too, and distracted from the other big project that I have way out in the distance that I just am neglecting because I don't want to actually do anything with it for now. Although I have all the materials I need to do it, I just don't want to sit down and do it. But I really should, because I've been ignoring it for months. But it was when I was still streaming twice a day, like once in the morning and once at night, so... And unless I start doing that again, it might be a little bit harder, because, I don't want to have to dedicate a whole, like, night stream to just building up that sphere, which we might have to do. Or I'll probably do it on, like, a Wednesday night or something, like, in a kind of a weird time. Just so that way there's some progress that's made on it. That might be a good thing to do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because I already have other stuff I do on those days, so just do like smaller streams those nights, and then, Get all that done. And we'll also have to go down and actually light up all the different layers again too. Which that's fine. Oh man. We're actually coming along pretty good. This is just our entire first shulker box. So again, we still have like what, like 4 extra left as well. A little less than 4 because I didn't fill up that other one completely. But either way, we still have quite a lot of andesite left we can use, which is great. Because we'll be able to get the whole first layer done comfortably, and then we'll probably be able to get the second layer done, or most of it done, so we wouldn't even have to, like, you know, stockpile that much extra. Which is great. I don't want to have to stockpile a whole bunch. Wait, I just thought of something. So if you take a look on these sides whenever you look at a block, so grass and andesite are sculk replaceable, but what about cobblestone? Can't quite target it technically. I'm not close enough. But I have a big problem in the fact that you know how long it takes to get rid of these? Like, I've gotten rid of some of the ends, but it takes literal hours just to even do some of the smaller sections, and then I can't speed it up with haste because it makes it go by a little bit quicker, but you can't insta-mine just straight up cobblestone. So I'm thinking, because I have a lot of spare skull catalysts, and I've got like silk touch, all that kind of normal stuff, right? I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is I might try and kind of change around my creeper farm a little bit, and there should be a way where I can just basically make like a chain of like skull that leads into these, and then since they're isolated from like everything else, we should be able to do just a little bit of trolling. And I have it so it'll basically like spread from the bottom up after like enough of them die or whatever, and it helps make my life a little bit easier. But even then, I don't even know because these things are so massive, it might not even make like an impact over enough time. That's assuming I can actually like replace these with skull. So the answer is no, because they have no tags over here at all. So, but at the same time, I feel like they should be replaceable, right? But they would have something. Is it might be because it's natural or something. It's weird, man. Oh well. I guess it might be for the best, who knows, but yeah, if I can't even get moss to grow around it, that's kind of a problem too. If I could just have moss like grow through cobblestone, that would be really does. That's a shame. We can hide the F3 menu now though, at least. Oh yeah, spoiler alert. Don't ever use cobblestone lava cast for anything to map stuff out because it is a horrible, awful, goofy idea. Because it's very hard to break them because you can't insta mine them. And even if you use things like a wither or like TNT, they have a high enough blast resistance to where it's not like they would just go away instantly either, you know. It's a problem in its own right. But they will eventually get demolished. It'll just take a very long time. And it's really the only the outside ones that are like on the edges of these that I want gone for now, because the inside ones I can get rid of like later when I actually like need to clear out space to build, and then I can repurpose the cobblestone to make more stuff like that. Already been an hour, damn. Pretty much always just mining andesite and then just putting it down, which is fair, you know. Made it very clear that's all I want to do today, but still, it does kind of sting that this is all I can do for right now. I can do other things, but I kind of don't want to, and I really want to get this done. Or at least get the inside of it done, and then we can maybe take like a week to go do like other things as well. And then we can go start working on the outside. And then get near the peak where you can't even like see the ocean, so we're getting close considering a lot of that's rendering out a distance too. Which is great, because again, we only got what, this layer and then two more, then we're good. That's nice to see. But we are actually getting close finally. Hmm. That's quite bizarre. We'll do that. I'll come back around and like patch that up later too with that other corner bit that we need to make. There we go. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to get started on the second layer with what we have, to be perfectly honest. I have a feeling we'll barely have enough to even get the first one done, and we might even run out of early. This one isn't exactly looking too good, unfortunately. We're at the actual midway point now, though, which is good. You can see where we have to end over there, at least. We do have like an actual end in sight, but still, takes a while to get there. Oh, it's about to be our second shulker box of Andesite, which that's no good. Still got like almost 3 left to burn through. I have got to find an extension that stops YouTube from doing that. That was another thing I should have done today. Like, yeah, if you have a YouTube playlist playing in the background, eventually they'll be like, you know, are you still here? Continue watching, all that kind of crap. And it sucks. It serves no purpose, it's not very useful, and it just sucks. So I gotta find an extension to get rid of it, because it's, again, just kind of a headache to have to like stop when I'm doing a little bit and then go turn it back on. Not really too big of a headache, it's just annoying, you know. Oh, anywho, we got our next poker box here. There we go, we're about halfway done. Or at least with this layer for today. Again, we'll try and do the second layer of andesite. I don't have to, but I would like to at least try, so... But hey, Bean, welcome. I'm putting in andesite. Took about an hour to get. But I'm finally starting to wrap up the inside of the mountain with all the rough shapes, so we're getting there. It's just taking a very long time, but I am getting there. on, I need to do something really quickly. Give me a moment here. It won't take too long. There we go. Alright, dope. It's raining outside for real. What the fuck is in the ocean? Are those? Oh, those must be underwater ruins, but like the way the where the draw distance is, I guess it looks a little bit weirder. That is strange. Wow. Huh. That looks really cool from here. Because you can see a part of the ocean start to get unloaded, like the really light parts, but these are higher up and then they're darker by default, so that is strange. I like the look of it though. And give me another moment here. There we go. Might hear thunder here in a minute, but you know, it's just thunder. What's the worst that could happen? I doubt it. Seems like it's fine. There we go. That's our last little bit of andesite. Well, I still have that other box in my base that I can go grab too, but I don't need to right this very second, so we won't worry about that. Alrighty, we're nearly there. So again, we want to turn up here, but again, give me another second here. And again, we'll also take some time to light up this next little bit as well. Actually, no, that part's already done. I guess we'll have to light up the andesite stuff up above. And I need to actually start lighting up some of these at some point, or dismantling them or something. Alright, we'll do that for now, and then we'll turn around. So about 4 shulker boxes per layer, which is still insane, but that means I only need 4 more of andesite and then another 4 full of stone. And then the snow is going to be a little bit weird. So for the snow, because it's up on a flat area like that, it doesn't go by the same metric that I've been using of just 4 layers per, or 4 shulker boxes per layer. So that one's going to be a little bit weirder. We have 9 stacks of snow blocks, I believe, at this current moment in time, which is fine, but it's not particularly stellar. And we can go get some more from some nearby, well, I say nearby, but we have some mountain ranges by the pillager outpost, or by the raid farm, that we can go use too. So we should be able to get some extra stuff. Give me another minute here. We're out again. Alrighty, we're nearly done. Cool. We have a little bit more that needs to be done, and then we'll be good to go again. All we're going to do is just trace what we have up here that needs to go into place. So that way we know where we should be building it up this height. There we go, that's good enough. All we're gonna do is just kind of go a block around for right now, just to trace this, and then we'll have a lot easier of a time. Ooh, that one was big. I still get some thunder and lightning happening outside, so you know, that's cool. Not really too bad. Just something to keep an eye on is all. Like that. Alright, well I have to grab the other shulker box of andesite out of my base to finish this up, I'm pretty sure. Which it's alright, a little bit inconvenient, but not really the worst thing to happen. Yep, so we just had that little section to connect back to, and then we're pretty much good, so... And all we have to do is go out and gather some more andesite, or make some more too. We just need more andesite in general, so we'll probably make like a nice chunk of it, considering all the excess diorite we have laying around. And then I have enough excess cobblestone to probably help out. We also mined some too, which obviously is nice. We're down to our last stack. Yep. And all we'll do is just go grab the extra down in my base. I already have set aside. Alright, yeah, so we're very close to already being done with the next layer. Here we go. Sweet. Let's take a little bit of a peek though through some of these. So like we have like more andesite in here, more andesite and diorite, cobblestone, more andesite, more regular stone, more cobblestone. Diorite, andesite. We've already got a nice head start on the stone, we just don't have all of it is the problem. That was gravel. Alrighty, we'll try and load up what we can as well into this other box here too, just to get an actual tally of what we have. Which should still be enough, so that's at least good. But we've actually got quite a nice bit of surplus from some of our other mining, so we actually had a whole shulker box laying around. And now what we're going to do is reorganize just a little bit more. So we're going to clean out everything that isn't like diorite, for example, and then just put it away in a different shulker box. And then we'll just remix a couple of other things as well, but mainly we want the diorite. Want the diorite tucked away in a nice separate box, that way it's easier to manage. So we've already got a full box. There we go, nice bit of reorganizing. So now we have a mass amount of diorite and andesite as well, and also granite, and they're all like nice and sorted, so they've got a good head start on the upcoming layers. And then we have enough excess stone that we should actually have another good head start too. And then it won't be too hard to get extra as well when it's eventually needed, so that's very good. But this andesite here in my inventory now is more than plenty to get this done. Yeah, this stuff takes a lot of prep work, so that it's finally getting done, but man, it takes a while, you know? and actually planning out the different layers, and then also like actually gathering the materials, even with efficiency 5 and haste 2, and knowing what I'm doing, it sucks, you know. But it is going to be one of those things that sucks to build, but once we get the end result, it will be worth it. I'll be able to get a couple of cool pictures out of it, and then it'll actually have like a nice scenery for the rest of my base as well. But with that, we've got this layer done. I believe this is our 11th or 12th layer. I forget which one, but we have a little bit of dirt that needs to go in. And we also need to consider shaving some of the old cobblestone pillars away as well. Oh, that was a bright one. Yeah, we're getting closer. I guess we can try and count the layers real quick, so we'll probably land up here. Or maybe one day I'll be good at flying. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That was layer number 12. We're moving on to layer 13 today. I'm pretty certain we should be able to get it done, which is always a good thing to see, but yeah, it's looking really good, and it's a little bit easier to see like a lot of the back from this angle too, considering we have this temporary platform here. This might become less temporary, so I like the idea, it's just the shape was too rough because it was just to show the proof of concept, but I like the idea of this kind of being here because it actually adds a little bit, so we're going to probably end up dismantling this and then rebuilding it with some extra like room or to fit the borders of this a little bit better, and that'll be pretty cool. Then we'll still have to figure out what to do with these empty spaces, but we will get something done. But yeah, the week or week and a half of downtime that we have between finishing the inside of the mountain and starting on the outside, we'll probably take it to kind of do some new stuff. So mainly by new stuff, I mean we're actually gonna try and complete the rest of my base finally. Get a lot of those old like mountain buildings that I've had mapped out for ages. We're gonna try and get those built. Carve away a lot of the rest of the cobblestone pillars. Probably add a lot more and actually like finally fully complete and detail the rest of my main base. And then, or I guess the rest of the island, and then my actual like base that I'm gonna live at, I need to detail like a lot more and actually get some stuff done in there still. But we're on our way and we're doing good. Coming along. Alright, well, time to start again. Holy shit, that one was bright yet again. We're getting some particularly bright lightning today, and it's getting a little weird. Like that, for example. And again, we have some dirt we can fill in between, like here and there and whatnot. Do the same thing on the layer below it. It's weird seeing all the kelp like barely like peek through like the render distance and all that we have. The game's physically incapable now of drawing like anything else that deep because you can see how like shallow the ocean is, and then there's a huge drop off in altitude, or not maybe that big, but it's big enough to like make it way harder to render. So you can see the tips of certain buildings, but otherwise there's pretty much nothing down there that's visible. And it just keeps getting worse because, you know, I have to keep building higher up. Alrighty, cool. So when we're done with this, we'll have a nice big flat plateau that we're gonna have to build. That'll give us more room to work with. And this layer that we're working on now, actually, it's taller than all of the stone and cobblestone lava cats, except for that section specifically, because they did get a little bit higher when I started going around. So it's not quite like over them completely, but this will pretty much get us like the kind of rough height that we need for all the different things. Like, we'll know how much we need to shave, you know, off of these things, which is good because I kind of want like a nice fixed goal that I can work towards over the next week after, you know. Because we'll get probably like the week and a half after we're done with the like inside of the mountain when we get these stone layers in. We'll shave away a lot of the cobblestone pillars. We'll get that whole area completely done. We'll remodel like this entire section, and you know we'll get some stuff figured out. But it ought to be the perfect time to complete my entire like island, work on that sphere just a little bit, or at least get the speed 2 beacon set up, and then do other things that are fun. And then, we'll have to start working on the outside again at some point, unfortunately. The outside shouldn't be quite as bad considering I have more room to work with, but at the same time it might be even worse because, we're still gonna be matching these gradients all the way around the mountain too. So, and it's going to get like a lot bigger in the back here, like it's gonna expand out into the ocean a lot more, but when you get near the tips it's a lot like thinner because it still needs to remain proportional, so still gonna take up a lot of material. And it might take up even more, honestly. I'm pretty sure it's going to take up even more, but it will be worth it when it's all done. But we'll just, again, like map out all the different layers, like what we've done here. We'll map them all out with dirt. And then once we get all of them mapped out, because I need to stay at the same like Y height each time, but once we get all of our layers mapped out with dirt, then, we can just start filling them in like we've been doing these past couple of weeks. And then once that's done, that'll mean that the whole like rough shape is done as well. And then, with the rough shape being done, we'll be able to start making our peaks on these, like, endpoints and all that. And then we can actually start work on, like, kind of adding in our overhangs and our little, cliffs and our caves and all that kind of stuff into here. And we can also work on our texturing and other, like, miscellaneous terraforming as well. That kind of helps to add more depth, and instead of it just being like a flat wall, we'll actually have a lot more depth to it. And it won't look so like samey the whole way. Mainly like on the dirt layers is where the biggest problem is, so we'll have to incorporate a lot of packed mud and things like that. But then we'll also be able to do our gradients between layers, which I think will be like one of the biggest things to help too, is being able to transition between moss to dirt by like putting in some moss, fading into the dirt, so dirt fading into the moss should be really good. And same thing for the moss with glow lichen, mossy cobble, andesite, all that kind of stuff. We should have quite a lot going. That ought to be pretty cool. Yeah, we're at Y level 227, so we're near the old build height at 256. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. I also see our cave opening we're gonna have out in that direction as well. There we go. I think we can just barely see the end over there, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I think it's too big of a deal though, but either way. Technically, it's not even our actual end. Our end is there, and then that's a whole separate section, so it's not quite the same thing. And they're even at different heights too, because of an accident I made while building it, but at the same time, it's really not too bad, so it doesn't even really matter at least. Got this little bit left, and I think that's the last of our andesite. So either we can go back, and go mine some more out from that cave that we already were using, or we can make the rest of it with, or most of it with cobblestone and diorite. So we'll probably just make most of it, honestly. Again, there's one of our endpoints, and then we have that little section left to do, and then we're done with building for today. That's cool. You don't even have to be. I could probably get a lot of the stone layers in, but I don't want to spend all that time doing it. Then again, maybe I should, because then that means like next stream and onwards, we can kind of like take this whole upcoming week and probably the week after that even to just, do other cooler things. So we'll go do inventory on our stone and see how much we have. Because if I have a lot of it, like if I have like half of it, I'll probably just go get the other half like after I'm done with the next layer, and then just build most of it, not all of it. I think we'll be able to get the inside of our mountain range done today. Finally, we won't be able to cap it off with snow. We'll be able to do a little bit, but um, we can only do like a little bit on like the ends of like that whole like rim and like a little bit spilling out into here. But the actual like thing that we have here is going to be filled in with dirt, and then we'll use the remaining snow to fill in a little bit extra too. But it won't be like everything is just snow up there, There will definitely be a lot, it just won't be all of it. Alrighty, last little bit of andesite before I have to go out and grab some more. I've got some thunder outside. How long has it been, I wonder? It's been 2 hours flat. We just hit the 2 hour mark not too long ago, so yeah. That's cool, except for the part where it's not, but we're still doing good. And then at this cave entrance, because we'll have something relatively slim, we'll have to make some kind of small ceiling. Actually, not quite. We'll also be building this stone layer up here. So the stone will go all the way over, and then it'll dip down to meet up with the new like thing down here. And then this stuff gets filled in with dirt at the top anyways. And then since the stone comes into here and it slips down there, it should be fine. So we'll have like a nice cave opening. And we'll fill in some of this inside stuff with the dirt so we have a nice like flat area. And then what we'll do is we'll take the idea that we have down there of these like cobblestone like masses with moss on them to help kind of like break up a bunch of the height, and we'll probably like put them on like the inside wall, kind of like sticking out like giant like mushrooms, right? Not actual mushrooms, like custom mushrooms or nothing, but like the idea of it is my main point. And we'll probably use like that kind of idea to make a kind of forbidden staircase down to some of the middle and like lower layers. So we'll probably have one that goes down to there, and then we have a nice little like resting area there where that cave entrance is, and then that one goes all the way down, or it should branch. We'll figure out the exact specifics. That's one of those big things again that we'll have to like meticulously plot to some extent, because that's also going to double some of the infrastructure for actually moving things in between places in case I ever need to do that later as well. Okay, so I'm noticing a thing here, in case you aren't. But there is in fact a thing, and I don't feel like tearing this down, to be perfectly honest, and I will not tear it down. So what we're gonna do instead is cry because I have no more andesite, and then we're gonna go make some more. And then we'll just use some dirt to kind of make like a small like little like lip of land or something. Maybe even turn a little bit into an overhang later. Who knows? Who gives a shit? If I really need to, I'll tear it down, but it's not really like that detrimental, you know? Alright, we got our stone there. Again, we took the time, but we should have a box full of diorite, which might not be this one because this is the granite one. We should have a better one tucked away. We got that cobble one that we're gonna need. And we should have one that actually has all of our diorite in it. That one's got all of our diorite. And this one's got all of our cobblestone. So what you do is you take out a bunch from each. And then you mash them together to make andesite. Now remember, we don't want to craft everything into andesite. And I'm saying that more to myself than I am to anybody, specifically because I've actually kind of forgotten that I do not want all this to be andesite, which, oops, bad mistake. That's not a good one to make. It's not exactly a good mistake to make. It doesn't matter though, we got a full box there. There we go. We have a little bit extra, and this should be more than plenty to carry me through the last andesite later up here. We mainly want to hold on to like some of these XX things as well, because we don't want to overproduce andesite. Then I find out, oh shit, now I need like cobblestone and like diorite for other things later. Don't know what those other things would even be, but you don't want to be out of something like that and then have to go out and mine more again. So, you know, I'm gonna try and avoid that. Oh, if all we have to do actually, is what we're gonna do. Because all we have to do is just shuffle this around and then we can fix this whole thing. Alrighty, and then we just need to remember next time to actually look up when we build. Instead of just blindly trusting the bottom, but luckily it didn't cause any major issues. So now all we gotta do is just kind of follow this along a little bit. Minute. I'm just doing a lot of studying tomorrow, so I ended up falling behind on my finance homework a little bit to prep for an accounting exam. So tomorrow I'm just planning on waking up at like 11 or maybe 12 or something, and then just doing a bunch of finance homework until I have to stream more or less. So could be doing a whole lot. I have grass I need to fill in. Yeah, I got a lot of finance homework I need to catch up on and try and get ahead on a little bit. Give me a second here. Alrighty, cool. That's done. Might just do the stone layers tomorrow. Who knows? I think it probably would be better because then I can like take today to finish patching up the rest of like the dirt that's missing, that's been missing, and then probably plot out some other stuff too. Yeah, I think we'll just do the stone tomorrow. We'll make today's stream a little bit shorter. It's still 2 hours, which is still a lot, but it's not 5. I'm not really feeling like doing a whole lot today. Especially considering I've already actually done quite a lot, you know. And that's alright. 2 layers of andesite are going to be done. Which is great because these are going to be one of the harder layers, considering like they were going to bottleneck a little bit too weird. But ended up working out good. And then the same thing is probably going to happen with the stone, considering I'm going to bottleneck for a little bit, but I can get a hold of a lot more stone compared to andesite, so it won't be nearly as bad. That's good. Alrighty, so we got that main section done, so we have a little bit more here that needs to happen. What we gotta get done. Oh no, that's where that arch is, never mind. What to say? Thought I forgot to put something in place, like a cobblestone, but nope. That was an arch that I made yesterday. So I need to do some stuff with these areas and also with those as well. There's a good chance this isn't going to be enough andesite to finish all of this up, but we don't need to craft that much more, so it's not like it's really that big of a deal. But I just didn't want to overproduce and then have like the huge like surplus. We can have a small surplus, we just don't have too much, you know? we have too much, I'm not ever going to be able to really use it. Well, it'll help for like blending at the very least between like the andesite and stone layers, but it, kind of depends. And when I talk about blending, it's something I haven't really brought up quite yet. So, like, let's say we're here on this andesite layer and the stone layers are put into place, right? We could blend andesite up into stone and the andesite down into the cobblestone. But then that makes it so like the cobblestone layer is a lot smaller and the stone layer is a lot smaller, and there's like an imbalance. So what's probably going to end up happening is it's always going to go up. So it's going to go dirt up into moss, moss up into moss with glow lichen, or maybe it actually might have to go down because I kind of want like the other thing. So we'll probably have stone go down into andesite, andesite go down into cobblestone, cobblestone go down into glow lichen. Glow lichen go down into moss, moss go down into dirt. That should probably be good. And we don't want to have them. They only go either up or down. They do not ever like do both on any layer, and it should be like the same direction for all of them. So we'll go like top down to like do stuff, and you'll see what I mean like later on. But it shouldn't be even from that. Even though I kind of described it kind of shittily, you should still kind of be able to guess what I mean by that. But I actually am able to. I'll make something that shows it off a little bit better. But you get the idea. It's not really too difficult. It'll be easier to see it. There we go. So to make this cave, we would just cut out a nice chunk of this cobblestone pillar, and then it would be pretty much good. Alright, last major bit of andesite until we run out again. And if we do have to make more andesite, it'll be like very negligible for what it's worth. That's good. You know, we might just have enough. We'll cut it relatively close, but I'm pretty certain we should have enough. Especially if we're just left over with like a little more than a stack just to do the top bits. Like, yeah, we should be fine. We might have to make like 10 more, like something like very like insignificant and small, but you know, who knows. And now it's looking good. Yeah, we actually will be able to clear it, so that's great. Cool. Alrighty. So with that, we actually have built both of our andesite layers today, and now we just need our stone ones. And then we'll be fully done with the inside of the mountain, or at least with the rough shape of the mountain. So again, we still have the entire outside to make, and we have like many fine details that have yet to be made. But for the most part, this is pretty acceptable. Not too bad. Yeah, we'll take this time to go out and mine some dirt and then go get all this stuff filled in. Yeah, left over. So it's all lit up. Have another opening there. We'll make some more like actually inside other parts as well, but there's a couple of like nicer predetermined ones I wanted to have at least. And then we'll probably punch out the rest like manually later. But yeah, we need dirt. So all we're gonna do is go get that said dirt and then just come right back and then just go patch up what we can. I better check my base first to make sure I don't actually already have like enough of it. Pretty sure I don't. That was a misinput. That was not supposed to happen. I accidentally dinged my mouse against my keyboard tray a little bit too hard. And now my keyboard itself doesn't want to do anything useful, so that's good too. Just kidding. Got enough extra grass blocks, fuck it, whatever. Got some miscellaneous like coarse dirt and pods, well that's for suckers, so you know, we're out of here. I only keep that around just so that way I actually have other like things to texture and terraform with later when it's needed. Like I'm holding shift and then my keyboard again gives out, so I'm gonna have to replace the batteries here sometime in the next couple of days. Which that stinks, but it's whatever. I got plenty of them for right now. And wait for this one to get copyright claimed as well, because apparently I'm stealing or something from like other, producers, even though I literally can't. Is this just me placing in dirt blocks, for God's sake, or excuse me, grass blocks? I keep having copyright issues with this one particular song for some reason, because just for no reason, it's fun. They're still in the process of being disputed, so it's actually still not even like completed yet, and they still haven't gotten back to me. Which they have up to 30 days, I guess, but still, it's getting a little annoying. I don't need to keep like everything like squeaky clean or whatever, but it's just frustrating to know that like I didn't do anything wrong, but somehow apparently I did by like, getting flagged by like an automated bot. So that's not exactly cool, Now this one isn't going to go all the way around. It's probably going to stop at about here. And then we'll just kind of get it out, I guess. Let's see what else. Guess we can do this one a little bit. Again, we're not going to do all of this. We're just going to fill in like this little space here, and that'll probably be good for now. Just want to leave plenty of room to put in those kind of like stone bits that I've been talking about. Okay, well, as long as my computer doesn't lag, I can fucking land. But it lags like that, it gets a little annoying. We won't need to fill anything up there. We're more focusing on those like smaller bits, like over here, for example, that need to be filled in. Like actual like entrances like that will leave the for right now. Don't need to really be changed. It's not really for the moment. Alrighty, we have a singular stack of grass left. So we'll have to go out and get some more here soon. I guess we have that one too, I forgot to fill in. We got this smaller one up here and this one here as well. So we need more dirt anyways. Actually, no, we do have more dirt. And it needs to be daytime. Oh, and I guess finally we can patch this up. There we go. We're also going to eventually come back and check on things like our shulker farm and our iron farm and our gunpowder and string farm just to make sure there's no weird errors again and that they're still producing. So, but they should be fine, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Again, we're gonna have to go out and actually get some more grass and dirt, but at least it should cover a nice bit of it. Won't do all of it, but it'll do most. Alrighty, and we're out of dirt, so we need more. Then we'll have another good thing done. I'm not using Podzol. There we go. Yep, still at it, Ron, but I'm actually getting really close to finishing everything now. There's actually not a whole bunch left for me to do. At least for today. I finished both layers of andesite. And I'm just gathering some dirt and grass to fill in a couple of other things, include a couple of weird patches, but otherwise it's been pretty good. So all I have left are 2 stone layers, and then I can put in some snow at the top to cap them off, and then I pretty much don't have a lot left to do after that. Or at least I'll be taking a little break from my mountain stuff to go finish up the rest of my actual base and like my main island, but it's getting better. Yeah, it's already been like nearly 3 hours of just placing and mining andesite, so that's already taken a while. I still don't know what I want to do with this extra land either, but I feel like I should do something with it at some point. Just not sure what. But yeah, after I'm done placing in the stone layers and some of the snow, what we'll do is we'll take the entire week or 2 weeks off to just trim out a lot of this old cobblestone, and then I'll build up a lot more of my base and get it completed, so that'll be good. Hey Negatory, welcome back. But yeah, actually, that's the thing. I have like a dock here, and I was actually planning on building a, and this was way before the mountain range was in place, but I was planning on building a floating village like way out in the ocean that would be floating on like unlit campfires and whatnot, and it would just look pretty cool. But then this happened, and there's enough water to maybe make like a small like floating village, but at the same time, I don't know if I really would want to. But unlucky getting COVID, very unlucky. I don't know if I've had it before, but it's not too terrible, right? Like it can be bad, but it's not like extremely bad unless you get like particularly fucked by it. Like it's either like fine or it's like really really bad. And there's not exactly a in between. Yeah, exactly. So it seems like it's one of those. It's either fine or it's like really not fine at all, and you might die from it. What a comforting thought for you to have right now. But either way, don't worry about it too much, probably. I think, I hope. That stuff sucks. I'm pretty sure I got it at some point, but my mom's very picky about me getting tested, and I'm, still not trying to disrespect her or things like that for right now, so. But we got the rest of this put in finally. There we go. Oh, that's even worse then. That's upper respiratory infection. That's no good at all. And COVID on top of it? Like, oh man. Still sketchy. But we got a lot of our grass and dirt placed in that I think I needed. So yeah, all the andesite's in. We have some minor things mapped out for like small like concealed areas or plateaus or whatever. And we have a smaller opening down here too that I can use later on. Everything's starting to really come together, and these are intentionally left like halfway completed, just because they are going to get expanded later on as well. So. But yeah, it's going pretty good. Ooh, alrighty. We can get some of this filled in, and then that should be good. Or at least you upgraded an iron farm. I gotta upgrade. Well, I don't actually have to upgrade mine, but I probably should. I've definitely left it alone for too long. I need to at least check on the storage again. And I'm going too shallow. There we go, it's a little bit better. All we're gonna do is fill this in really quickly, and then I'll go ahead and rechat. Just give me a moment. There we go. Well, I've heard of that. I've heard of that issue before, where I don't know, like it doesn't like. Oh, how do I explain it? So like the Eye of Ender will go there, but you'll like dig around like that area for like quite a while, and you won't even find anything. 'Cause I've actually had that issue on other worlds before, where it points in the right direction, then I end up finding it like 50 blocks like a little bit further. But I'll go to the exact spot where the eye goes, and I'll dig like straight up and down and like around for like 10 blocks, and I won't see it. But then I go around a little bit farther, and it helps out a bit more. But at that point, it might just be easier to just get another portal and then just go to like a way far away place in the overworld, and then just hope for the best from there. Fortunately, I have to patch all this back in with dirt, but that's fine. I've had to do that before too. It's never fun, honestly, especially when it's like you're all prepped and ready to go fight the Ender Dragon for the first time, and you just can't find the stronghold, even though like you're going in the right direction, but really not that close at all. And yeah. Well, either way, best of luck with it, honestly, because it's not too terrible, but you can always use things like chunk base technically, but again, it's fine. I'm only not using it for this world, but I have used it for other ones, but certainly would have made my life a lot easier, but still nice and refreshing to not have to like have chunk base open 24/7 for me. I had a bad habit of doing that before. We should be pretty much good. I'm also going to need to take some time to either dismantle some of these ones or light them up on the end so that we don't get a bunch of mob spawns in like weirder spots. But it's not really too high priority for now, so I'm not going to sweat over it. Yeah, that too, honestly. Because you can find... Okay, so my keyboard had a stroke. That's not cool. I don't like that. I really do not appreciate that happened. Yeah, my keyboard ended up just shutting off a little bit, so I'm gonna really have to sit down and replace these batteries. But yeah, chunk base for certain things. I actually used to use it for like end cities, like trying to find my first elytra, because it's an absolute godsend for stuff like that. But yeah, slime chunks is where it really shines. Trying to actually get a hold of some slime chunks, but it's also great for finding like all the different biomes and all that. You can find literally anything, but it's mainly the biomes for me are useful too, because I like settling in like a specific like thing. Like I want like a nice like big spruce tree biome near like an ocean, and then have a village close by. I got lucky and I stumbled across this place a couple of like streams after the first one, but it takes a while. Yeah, it's good for slime chunks. You can still find slime chunks without chunk base. Like that's actually what I did for mine, but it's a lot harder, and yet something you do like a lot later when you have like efficiency 5, haste 2, because then you can actually afford to like do a lot of digging by that point. So it's not nearly as bad. But yeah, this'll do it for now. I don't have any other like big plateau bits I need to make, I think. Just kidding. I forgot about this part. Not that it matters, I guess, but oh well. We'll leave it be for right now. And then this one needs to be built up, but it'll leave definitely some like smaller bits as well. That again, it's not really too terrible, so we'll just let it be. I might take some time to try and light the tops of these, but then again, they're gonna go and get covered soon too, so it might not even matter as much. Yeah, I guess we can take a little look at it at night. We can even land down here. But you can see it's really starting to like actually near the end. Yep. We'll probably have to disable the beacons just to get a better like grip on how big this place is, but it's still coming along very nicely. Yeah, I should even be able to kind of zoom that out a little bit. There we go. I'm saving this personally. There we go. Full shot of my base. That's pretty good. And we'll go ahead and turn the FOV back. But yeah, this place is just getting massive now, and it's very, very nice. But we only have 2 stone layers in the top to go put in, and they're getting shorter. So I need to do an inventory check on all of the stone that I own. I should have enough to do 1 layer guaranteed, because I even have some extra in here. But it's the other like layer as well that's going to be a small issue, so we'll have to look into that. And we'll just do a quick little inventory check, see what we got, and just hope for the best. That was for spare andesite, but that's no longer needed, so it can go back. That can go back. And we'll just take anything that's filled with stone. So I went out of my way to make sure that all the stone is completely stone. Like there's nothing else mixed inside of these other than just stone. So like not even stone slabs or nothing, just straight up stone blocks. I've been very particular about that. This should be pretty good. Oh, you're good, Ron. Yeah, good luck with that again. That stronghold stuff's kind of weird to find, but I'm sure you'll find it. If not, there's always chunk base and all of it still. That should probably, yeah, we could do at least 1 more layer. I don't see why not. I actually have the material for it, so I might as well. But we're going to redistribute all of this stuff. We have 4 full boxes, and then we actually have like 5 completed boxes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have this one that I was prepping. So we have 5 boxes and some change as well, which is very good. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, it looks pretty good, honestly, so we'll stock that away. And we might as well just go build like at least 1 more layer, considering I'm already so close to it. I think, yeah, you know what, we'll retouch up some of the stuff that needs dirt later and all that for some of the plateau bits, but I think I'm just gonna try and make one huge push to actually finally finishing up all this shit. Oh, and another thing too, I resorted some of my like actual important shulker boxes, so we now have one dedicated solely to actual like useful like tools and like unstackable things. So our spare bow, our cool golden helmet, our soul speed boots, our spare elytra, shovels, all that kind of stuff goes in this one now. And then the other one is actually where we keep some other miscellaneous valuables. So we're talking bottles of enchanting, spare food that I'm taking, ender pearls, blocks of coal, soon to be obsidian when I remember to do that, and you know, things of that nature. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. Thank you for the follow, Hall. I really appreciate it. Oh wait, nope, never mind. I just realized what that name is. I'm sorry. Imagine saying that. Well, that's kind of a cringe name, not gonna lie. But yeah. Either way, I guess thank you for the follow. It's just kind of cursed is all. But nice try. But we just need more stone, and I need to get better at landing sometimes because I keep forgetting to do that. And I also forgot to go check on the iron farm again, and the shulker shell farm mainly, but yeah. Oh, their name literally was I hate you all, like just straight up, so it's a little cursed, but yeah, that's, you know, luckily I'm very stupid and I didn't say it the first time, and then by the time like I was gonna actually like say it, I sat down and wrote it, like, huh, well, that's kind of weird. Not that it matters. I don't really care about names like that. They don't exactly hurt my feelings or nothing. It's just kind of weird, so. But we got a whole stone layer left to build, and then I also am going to have to actually go out and mine a bunch of dirt because we need to cover up the tops of these endpoints now and all that. So I still do have a lot of work cut out for me, but at the same time, at least it's simple. And that means we'll actually be able to get the whole mountain range done today, which is great. Whole 4 layers in a single day, which is in a single sitting for that matter too. This stuff ain't exactly been like easy in terms of just, you know, persevering and sticking with it, you know. It just goes to show putting in a little bit of effort every day does add up over enough time, and then, you know, it's all you really need, honestly, to do good. Yeah, exactly. Like if you're gonna have a name like that, just I mean, if I ever did something like that personally, I guarantee you I would try and make like a D's nuts joke out of it 100%. Like 100%, that's exactly what I would try and do, but not just straight up being like hateful. Which, again, I don't mind personally, so I don't really care about it too much, but you know, I would try and get like a D's nuts joke in there somewhere. Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna do it, make it funny, or you know, D's nuts joke, or like some kind of like Among Us joke. Oh, we are really high up now. So you might notice the color of the water looks very like light, and it actually looks like ice from up here, but it is still just normal ocean water. But we're so high up, it actually is starting to like de-render all of it. That is weird. I haven't been able to find the exact point where it happens until like right now. So if we go up, like I mean, you can literally see it flash from up here. It's actually really cool. But yeah, that just shows how close we are to actually finishing up when it's starting to deload the ocean again. I've only seen it do that at the absolute peak, but it's starting to really do it here, so hey, that's cool. I think this, like, honest to God, if I ever get phantoms, it's gonna be bizarre because once I get all these cobblestone, like, lava cast out, this place is gonna be so tall, I genuinely think they'll be able to spawn, like, near, like, the peaks of these, like, inside, and then they'll, like, swoop down, like, all the way inside of here to try and kill me. Which will honestly be really cool, but at the same time, kinda cursed. It'll just be, like, an indoor, like, phantom spawner, which is just weird, you know? I might even try and catch a couple of them and like name tag them and just let them like fly around just for shits and giggles. But at the same time, I might not, because if they get out, then they'll, you know, get set on fire and die. So, but it could be a cool idea, you know, have like a nice little dedicated spot that has a couple of them because they don't hurt. I always wear this kind of armor and they don't hurt with it on, even with just like, you know, an elytra and like the other good bits. So, wouldn't really do a lot. Yeah, I take more from fall damage than I do from phantoms, which is, yeah, it's nice. But we're gonna try and land on this stone again, and we'll see how that goes. There we go. I'm looking forward to finishing this up for today, honestly. It's just, I cannot believe it's finally fucking happening. Because again, it's taken entire weeks just to even build up this, and I still have to do the whole outside and whatnot. Like, it's getting weird, but it's actually finally getting close to being completed. I'm very happy about it, you know? But as I talked about a little bit, I do actually have a plan in place for doing a lot of the fading between like the different like stones and all that stuff. So there is a coherent thought behind that at least, and you know, I still am able to prep for that. Infinite enchant, so things like sharpness could go past like 5. Well, okay, see, sharpness going past like 5, for example, as long as the damage scaled would be fine, but after a certain point it's complete overkill. But efficiency would be an absolute godsend to be able to go over 5. Because the okay, like the how sharpness works is it grows at like a linear rate. So you gain +1 attack with sharpness 1, but then for every level after that you gain 0.5 like an attack point. But with efficiency it goes up at an exponential rate. So like each like level of efficiency is actually like an exponent. So efficiency 1 like raises it to like a power 1, efficiency 2 to a power 2. You get the point. But you know, so if you could get up to like efficiency like 10 or whatever, you could probably like you can insta-mine like any of these blocks without like a haste 2 beacon with just like efficiency 10. So at that, for stuff like that specifically, efficiency, for example, would be an absolute godsend, but not necessarily for like sharpness or like smite. Because like smite 5 is actually already enough, for example, and same like mana arthropods, but certain things would be kind of crazy. I mean, at least for what it's worth, as long as the villager one stayed the same, where they wouldn't just be able to sell like sharpness like 50 by accident or whatever, where like you actually had to work to get like these really like high level ones, and that'd be a different story. But you know, I have a feeling that wouldn't exactly be the case. So who knows? That's all right. I have to make sure I line this up correctly, so I have to actually sit down and focus just a little bit, not too much, but enough. I believe that's good. Yeah. Alright, we'll just build up this tiny little section and then we'll just connect it back to what we already have. That should be good. We're at a point now, though, where it's actually like a very clear, you know, where all of this is ending, like where the cobblestone lava casts end. So that way it's a lot easier for me to know where I need to break them and for how long, you know. Because I do want them gone at some point, it just takes time. I don't want to do more than I have to with these, considering, you know how much of a pain in the ass. This is why like efficiency like 8 or 9 to insta-mine cobblestone would be a godsend. I probably would still use oh, what is it? I'd probably would still use like efficiency 5 like a normal human being for like everything. But in very like specific niche things like this, it'd be like an absolutely incredible thing to say. Welcome back, Elijah. But exactly. See, it's hard in survival, but it's still hard in creative, like you say, because again, like if if you're too much of a perfectionist with it, it's gonna be hard. But that's why things like world edit and like certain fill commands are really useful because as long as you build like 1/4 of something, you can usually like rotate it and like copy and paste it to get like the full like perfect symmetry. Of course, I can't do that being in a hardcore world, but and in survival for that, you can barely see the wheat field from here. Wow, that's nuts. But yeah, like things like world edit and things like that are like ridiculously useful for people who play in creative a lot. Because you can actually like duplicate a bunch of your things and like rotate them so there's no like symmetry errors or nothing. Or if you have like a cool thing mapped out, that's something I might consider getting too. So if I wanted to build more in creative and then I wanted to put it in survival, you can use things called like Lightmatica, for example, which just provides like a small overlay. So basically you build it in creative in a separate world. You save like a Lightmatica schematic to just like overlay in like your survival world. And then it shows where all like the different blocks would go. So technically you could do that kind of stuff without like Lightmatica, but that would be like looking at screenshots or like a whole nother instance of Minecraft to try and recreate it block by block. So it's good for like testing out like builds and all that stuff before you actually build them. But something like this though, I would not have the patience to build this in a creative world first to see how it looks because I don't want to because I feel like it's a waste of time for me personally to do something like this in creative, but like that time I spent in creative could have just been spent in survival building the damn thing, and then like I know I goofed up here a little bit, but I have enough basic planning to know that I can like, you know, what I can do to help kind of recover it a little bit more, because I definitely made this way too shallow, but I'll be able to fix that for what it's worth, but or way too steep rather. And that is hard on Xbox. True, actually. Well, better recognition commands in general are a lot harder because if you're playing on any kind of console, then, you know, unless you want to buy like a keyboard attachment or whatever, it is way harder for what it's worth. It sucks typing on like Nintendo Switch version, man. Oh my god. I would try and get like my keyboard set up to that if I could, but I don't. It doesn't bother me too bad because I don't play a Nintendo Switch version as much anymore. But I like never do commands on Bedrock because of like stuff like that, because it's a lot harder to type between using a controller and, you know, it's different on Windows 10 at least, but even then I still just feel like better with Java, so. Let's see here. I need to actually remember that I want some extra dirt. Okay, well, one day I'll fucking pick these up, but I guess not right now. Okay, we're gonna get some extra dirt real quick. I'm just gonna go steal from these little bits of land or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out. There we go, that should be plenty. Really did just come back down for 12 pieces of dirt, but whatever. It's mainly just to make sure that these actually still match up correctly. I just want actual guidelines for this. There we go. And we're back to normal. I need to start switching out my chest plate again. Because, you know, I'm taking a lot of damage and it doesn't really matter because it's not like anything would be able to kill me or take advantage of me taking that kind of damage, but still I might as well just so I can save my food and my keyboard give out again. There we go. At least turning it off and on again kind of helps to fix it. Or apparently not. Okay, come on. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll get better. I don't know. I've been using it a lot today, obviously, between this and a little bit of studying, so it's not too bad. But it only has this issue whenever I play Minecraft specifically. Any other game, no problem, but Minecraft specifically, I don't know what it is, but my keyboard has a hard time just keeping up with it for whatever reason. But I'll be able to get a new one at some point one day. Who knows? Won't really be too bad forever. We are completely out. I still have a lot of like dirt and stuff I need to get to fill in some of these, but we'll probably do that at the very end because I'll have the actual like structure done. I mean, even with it being like this rough shape for now, this kind of like birthday cake like layered kind of thing, it still does look really cool at least, but it won't look like this forever because I will actually like terraform and make things look good, so even though it's just a rough draft, it still does look really cool, and I'm actually happy to like be near it, you know? So I can actually afford to put it off a little bit for like all like the fine detailing, but I still want to do the fine detailing at some point. I like how you can see like that little waterfall in my base that goes down like 20 blocks, but you can't quite see like the bottom of it because of like the fog, so it just looks like it goes off into nothing. Honestly, pretty cool. Of course, if I turned up my render distance, then this wouldn't be an issue, but then again, I would have like 10 frames a second, and you know, I don't want to watch that, neither do you, so hey. It's only good to get a couple of like very specific shots and like, you know, cool images, but otherwise it's not good to play with like that high of a render distance, and it's not even that useful after a certain point anyways. That's alright. We still have quite a lot that we need to do, but we've got about a quarter of this done, I want to say. We got a lot of stone left. So odds are we'll be able to finish up this first stone layer, and then the second one we'll probably start on a little bit, and then I'll realize that I won't have enough, and then we'll go back to the island with the beacon on it. We'll go mine a bunch of stone from there, and then I'll go pop over to that other bit of land that we were at earlier and go mine the rest of my dirt that I'll need to. Which I'll need probably like another couple shulker boxes, because we're actually at a point now where we're going to need to fill that in, and a couple of these other like smaller plateaus, but mainly the big one there is what's actually important. But we got a nice chunk of this done so far, which is always good to see. And we can just keep going here. Although it's going to get a little bit weird. All this still needs to be one coherent line. Here we go. This is also another kind of weird thing as well. I should realign it correctly, I believe. Okay, yeah, so there we go. So this would actually bring it back to normal. Yep, there we go. So now we can just go ahead and fill in this kind of stuff here that we have. And then we'll also be connecting it down to the, well, actually not quite, we don't need to connect it down to the bottom. It'll be a little weird, we'll figure it out, but I guess it is one of the most like different parts I've had to build in a while, so I'll actually have to sit down and think a little bit. But mainly, you know, we're going to cut away all this cobblestone, so we actually don't really want to build anything too far like below it or at level with it. That's going to be another kind of like cave opening, so we just want to make sure that I keep that in mind. Which I can, so it's not too bad. Here we go. You can see the end over there. That's good. And it's turning dark, so I'm going to have to actually sleep here in a moment. And hopefully we can get most of this done first. Oh, and we're actually going to be out of cobble, so I'll have to open up the shulker box again. Oh, that's a shame. Do that. That only has grass, so we're going to cycle these out. And we'll sleep real quick and get this done. after we get the last stone layer in, because we'll still have to put on like the ceiling and all that kind of stuff too. But before we do that, we'll actually take some time to light up the very tops of all these and kind of help shave them away a little bit. I actually will, I'll even be able to get rid of the scaffolding here soon enough too, since, well, actually I could technically get rid of it now, but we're going to get rid of the scaffolding and then I can start dismantling some of the cobblestone pillars for next time. That's good at least. Yeah, see we still got a lot to go. I still have to go out and find like actual good blocks to pair with these, so like we're gonna be using different things to help kind of texture and add like different color as well for each layer, so it's not just one giant like gray mess. So like if we look at the bottom, for example, with it being dirt, we're gonna use things like packed mud and coarse dirt to add texture, but also like different color into it. That's still like close to the original color, but like not super duper close, you know. And then things for like the moss as well, with it being that bright green, we're actually gonna contrast it with like a nice like bright red or red orange. So we're talking like red sandstone, red terracotta, normal terracotta, maybe even actual just straight up orange terracotta. We'll do some contrasting there, and maybe we'll use some like different greens, like green concrete or you know, green terracotta to help contrast, or not contrast, but add like different color as well. And then for like the you know, mossy cobblestone and the normal cobblestone, I still haven't settled on anything. But for the andesite and the stone layers, I'll use like deep slate and cobbled deep slate to again add some like nice contrast and like different colors and like big blobs and all that. So that way we're not just looking at the same color. But mossy cobble, normal cobble are gonna be very weird because I don't know what I want to pair with those yet. And the moss with glow lichen will just use red and orange terracotta, like with the actual normal moss, so that'll still be cool. But I just need to kind of still keep thinking about that stuff. So if you have any suggestions for like a good like contrasting block to pair with like mossy cobble and normal cobble, please like let me know. Like any suggestion at all, man, because I gotta figure something out. It might not even be like the right one right at the gate or nothing, but as long as it's just something to get like the, you know, wheels in my head turning, then good enough for me. But I don't want to just use red terracotta or concrete again for those ones, because I still want to have something unique on each of these kind of like sections. But I don't quite know what I want to pair with it. And I know there should be something that contrasts it in terms of just actual color, but isn't like obnoxious, like bright yellow like concrete or something like that. Like it's something you could still expect to find like on a real mountain or like an actual like terrain, like in terms of being able to contrast or whatever. But you know, I just want some extra color in certain parts. Maybe we don't even have to have color in those parts. That's another thing I haven't even considered until just now. Maybe we don't have to have like extra color, but I feel like it'll be missing something if we don't, so I still want to look into that. I might like slip in some like ores or something like that too, who knows. But I'll figure it out. But we're finally on the home stretch, so the next layer is still very tall as well, so these stone layers are actually pretty damn tall, but they're not completely unbearable. Oh, and we're gonna need more stone out of that shulker. I had a feeling I was running out. We'll just tuck that away. And it's like, what, 10:20 p.m., so it's been almost 3.5 hours. Cool. And I think that's thunder. That is almost definitely thunder, considering how dark it got. Yep. We're not dealing with that. And we'll go ahead and just turn this around, but I think today too we'll dismantle that small dock and probably just like we'll either completely dismantle it or we'll like cut it back by like a couple of blocks so we actually get some more like room to swim through. But if I don't do that, I'll probably just move it up to the actual like very front of the island. Just that way it's a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's actually what we'll do instead. So we'll dismantle it and just rebuild it more towards the front. And that'll be cool. Oh man, sorry. I'm not speaking a whole lot, but I am a little tired for what it's worth. I've been at this for like 3.5 hours now, and you know, I just really want to focus on getting this done because it actually is almost done. And another thing to note too, we might do it today, but I don't have to because again, if I'm just focused about the inside, we wouldn't have to. But this top layer does go all the way around over to there. So if I really wanted to, I could bring it all the way like around, like with stone and all that, instead of just doing the inside. But I'll probably just do the inside realistically, and then I would do like the outside one like later, like when we actually do work on the all the outside. Because it's not exactly gonna work like that. Yeah, and actually that is another fair point. It wouldn't even exactly work like that. So this kind of like layer thing we have going on is not going to be a thing with the outside at all. So this is like a one and only like kind of unique case because I didn't have enough room to like make this grand like sloping mountain on the inside like I wanted to. But again, on the outside, I have more than plenty room to do that. And that's exactly what I intend on doing, so that'll be cool. And it'll still look good, but it'll basically be like a canyon on the inside where this island is, and then on the outside it'll be an actual like traditional like mountain range where it slopes up to like its peaks like much more gradually, and it has like these nice like, you know, dramatic angles we'll be able to make out of it and all that kind of good shit. But that takes time, and it's gonna take a lot. So the most I'll do is go to like each cardinal direction, excluding that one, whichever that one that is, and I'll put down like an endpoint, and we'll probably do like a dirt staircase from that endpoint up to the appropriate like peak in any given direction. And then once we do that, then we can start like kind of filling them in on the sides with like some ribs and all that. So it won't be too bad. But it takes time. And that's not something I'm interested in doing for like quite a while actually. But we will get it done at some point, so don't worry. I'm not just gonna leave like an entire back like unfinished like this. That's actually what I'm kind of like taking pride with this world. Is, you know, things are unfinished for now. Like that's unfinished. This whole thing is unfinished. That fucking thing is unfinished. But they are going to get 100% finished to like completion, assuming I don't die. And we're not just gonna do like a cool front, but then like do nothing in the back. Like we're going the whole extra mile, and we're gonna do like everything, you know. Like I want like my bases and my actual like cool structures to look good from like any angle. And I'm getting better at doing that with like my terraforming. This one looks weirder because it is very flat in the back, but I do actually have plans to like have like buildings jutting out of there, which is why it's flat. So it's kind of intentional, kind of not. But either way, I'll still be able to do stuff with that space, so it's not even like that big of a deal. But there is an actual like coherent plan behind any of this. Just none of it is written down or even like, you know, detailed anywhere. So, which I need to probably get better at doing. That's why I need to get better at drawing too. That was another thing as well. I want to get better at drawing, so like, because I know exactly what I want to build, but I don't have good ways to like articulate it or to actually draw it and like show like a proof of concept sketch. The most I could do is a top-down view of like what the mountain range is gonna look like, just to show like the crescent moon shape that it's gonna form. But in terms of actual like specific things, because this place would be fucking dope to draw once it's all completed. But it would also be good to draw beforehand as like a nice proof of concept, just to show that like this is kind of the thing that we want to be aiming for, like in terms of like a cool like coherent thought that I should try and stick to and have. But I probably won't be able to do it with the outside, but I should definitely be able to do it with the inside by that point. I'm hoping my drawing will get better, so I'm better at like, you know, using better colors and actually drawing and, you know, being able to draw like unique things from scratch. That would be cool. I can make a couple of mock-ups in a creative world and then just kind of compile it together in like one actual drawing, but for the most part I think it ought to be fine. But we're near the end of this layer actually, and we still have like quite a lot of stone left after this box, so we might actually get really lucky here and be able to finish it all in one foul swoop, or most of it in one foul swoop. Oh, who knows? That would be really nice. And then we'll take some time to light up the tops of all of these as well, and some of the like weird like step parts that are over here, just so that way I don't have to worry about any mobs when I seal off the roof with, you know, blocks. We'll build it to here. There we go, and we'll go ahead and build up in the back. I think in the statistics tab, you can see how many blocks you've placed down. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So after we're done with both the stone layers, we'll probably see like if I can take a tally of that. Because I want to see it for the moss and like the well, the glow lichen won't count because I actually bone mealed like almost all the lichen that you see here. And then you know, this stuff is good too and all. But mainly I just want to see how much dirt, moss, andesite, and like stone I put in, and cobble and mossy cobble, I guess. But I want to see how much I've actually like sat down in place, because I almost guarantee you most of the stone I've ever placed has been for this area. Like actual stone, not cobblestone, just straight up stone. Like that's how big this thing is. Go and tuck that away. There we go. And it'll start diverging from the main part here soon enough, so we'll have to prep for that. But not too soon. Here we go. This is where it's going to start to diverge. Give me a second here. Alrighty, there we go. I'll just kind of loop back and forth between this section a little bit, just so we can get it built up and out of the way. Now, these weirder like parts that curve in like this, these are a lot more temporary than you know, than what I'm planning for. So they won't be limited to just this or whatever. This is just to kind of like help, kind of like make it. It just doesn't look so bad from the inside. You know, when we have like it curved and it looks like it actually changed into something else, but no, it doesn't. But it does make it look a little bit better from the inside, which, you know, kind of do want, because I'm going to be seeing the inside part a lot until the outside's completely done. So I want to at least sell like some kind of illusion that, you know, it looks like it is like a whole coherent thing that goes on like all the way around the back. It's just not there yet, but it will be. But it's just not there quite yet, you know. But it will get there. But you can see what we have that needs to be lit up all along these different like spines and things of cobblestone. And now they even need to get torn down, honestly, because they're just kind of in the way at this point. And again, we're going to need to also gather an unholy amount of dirt to kind of help with these parts. So we'll work on that after enough time too. But we'll probably do that tomorrow, honestly, because it's already enough getting in 4 layers after we're done with our last stone layer. So I don't want to do too much more after that, just for my own sake. We're still doing very good for tonight. I've made a lot of progress, and I'm straight up gonna get like the actual like structure of it done. And then all I need to do is fill in a little bit of dirt and some like plateau bits, but nothing too major. And we should have enough cobblestone, not cobblestone, we should have enough stone in like my shulker boxes in my ender chest. We should be able to finish up this whole layer and start a little bit on the next one, I want to say, but we will definitely have to go get more to complete it, is the other issue. That's fine. Oh shit, actually, maybe not. I thought we only had 1 extra box, but it would appear that we should have 2. I wasn't expecting 2. I was expecting 1 singular, but nope. Looks like we got 2 left. It is again very good. So we should be able to still get like a majority of it done. Probably not all of it still, but majority is still great. I'll pick that up in a moment. Alrighty, like that's literally like a whole layer done. That's our 14th layer done, I believe. And now we can just start straight away on the 15th, our last layer. For all this time. This one's gonna be a little bit awkward. We're gonna just go and kind of get this part done first. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This is actually for the inside, so we'll just cap it here. Don't want to burn all of our stone on this part. Alrighty, we want to pop down the bed here real quick and get ready to start finishing up this last layer. So we are getting very close. It is currently day 1232, and we're finally going to be done with the inside, or for the rough bits of the inside, after we get the dirt in place too. But for the most part, the actual like big things are going to be done here today, which is great because I've been looking forward to this for the past couple of weeks, honestly, since I started it even. Because these things sucked. They were good for gauging the height, to actually take down and even to look at. They were ugly, but this looks significantly better already. There's actual like gradients and like color. But and then it'll just get better and better as time goes on, and I actually get better at terraforming, and we get some more materials and all that good shit. So it's finally coming along. Gonna have to make quite a lot of spare torches though to help light this up. So luckily I have all these extra coal blocks. That's not really too big of a deal. But you know, still got quite a lot to do. Just gotta get over to there now, so yeah, that's cool. We're near the halfway mark. And again, we're probably gonna run out of stone by the time we even get over there, but we'll still have so much of it done, it won't actually be too big of a deal to go out and get some more. Wrap everything up. I think you can still barely see the bamboo farm from this height. Just little tips of them. It's honestly pretty cool. Alrighty, we are down to our last shulker box of stone. And then after this, we're gonna actually have to go and mine a ton. And that's alright, you know, I've already gotten so much done today, I don't mind doing a little bit more at this point, you know what I mean? You can see the end over there. It's actually pretty visible now. Make sure, yep, I still pick that up. Good, alrighty. And it should just be as simple as following this dirt for most of it, not all of it. But we're in the actual final back part now, so we're at the halfway point. That's good. I'll build out to this point up here, and then we'll go loop back around. Oh man, sorry. Oh, I was starting to fall asleep, damn. Oh my god. Seriously, the noise of stone being placed on repeat like this pretty much is not very cool for me personally. It's even worse with dirt, at least for what it's worth. Like, moss is a lot softer, but dirt and like stone just are louder. Dirt especially is fucking crunchy and just stinks to place down in large amounts. I could just turn down the block sounds, but at the same time I do at least like hearing them, but definitely can get a little bit too much sometimes. Just because I've been hearing them for so long on like actual hours on end, you know. But I've only got this small section left, and we've got half a shulker box to do it, which means we won't do it all in once, but we're getting so close now it doesn't matter as much anymore. That was the last little bit of our stone, and then we have to go out and mine some more at that island, so get to that relatively soon. Yeah, I mean, seriously, it's just that little section, and then maybe a small little turn, but nothing too major. And then, we're good. So again, we won't have enough to finish it, but we'll be getting really close here soon, which is always good to see. Won't have enough to finish up this section we started, but that's alright. That time we went out to that island anyways to help kind of break things up a little bit and do something different for a little while. I can, I'll clean out my ender chest a little bit, get rid of some of these empty shulker boxes, and then I don't need to really get rid of any, but I'll probably get two, maybe even just, well, no, we'll get 2 shulker boxes of stone, and then we'll get like 3 of like dirt, like 3 to 5 of dirt and grass, so that way we actually have that for next time too. And we're out. Completely out of stone. 5 shulker boxes completed that layer and most of the second one. So we need to go get some more. Should be coming up on our islands here relatively soon. Here we go. Mainly this one is what we're after. Alrighty, and then we have these 5 in the back that we'll fill up later with dirt, so we don't need to worry about that for right now. I'm not doing a whole lot, being I'm just mainly getting stone and cobblestone, well, mainly stone actually, but I'm nearly done with the inside of the mountain finally, so I'm just in the process of gathering the rest of the material I need to wrap that up, and then I'll probably call it there after that. And I'm also getting some of the dirt so I can just build straight away next time and get a lot of the flat things done. Alrighty, that is half a shulker box. And then we just need 1.5 more, and then we'll be out of here. Now, if only I could place blocks down this quickly, that'd be fucking sick, but nope. Can't do it, unfortunately. Alrighty, that's one box, and we just need one more, and I'd say that would be pretty good. Keyboard moment, that's crazy. Okay, not very cool. Again, alright. I want to keep running into water like this. Annoying to have to maneuver around. Alrighty, another half shulker, and then we're out of here. And we can go finish building. I might have enough to do it now, technically, but I don't when I have to come back here constantly. And we need to actually go pick up some extra dirt as well anyway, so we're not even truly done. We're just going to be done with like the first main part. I can always go get the dirt another day too for what it's worth, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, see, like, come on. The keyboard being funny again. This is another weird water spot, so we don't want to dig too much over here. Probably dig this way a little bit. Alrighty, this should be just about enough for what we really need. So, yep, nice amount, good. We can pack these two away. And we're gonna take these other 3 shulker boxes? Yeah, 3. Alright, so we're gonna take these other 3. And we're just gonna go pop over to that bit this way with all that extra dirt. And we'll just fill up on dirt and grass a little bit here. That way for next time we have a lot more to work with. And I won't have to go out of my way to gather as much like straight away. I'll have to gather some at some point, but this doesn't have to be instantly. But we'll probably mainly only gather like 2 boxes, so I won't be too picky about it. It should be about a box, right? Probably. Be too much longer at least. A little less than a box of dirt. And again, we kind of want, we don't need to, but I want 2 boxes. Just so that way we have them for next time, so I don't have to go out and mine as much straight away. Just to make my life a little bit easier. little cave entrance that doesn't literally do anything and is going to get destroyed in about half a second anyways, and it's done. Oh, nice cave entrance. Very cool. Yeah, this puts us over a shulker box, that's good. Ah, whatever, fuck it, good enough. I don't really care. We'll worry about the rest of it next time if, you know, I even want to keep working on it by then, but it should be fine. Just pack all this up, we'll put away the empty one. Alright, there it is, the very last bit, and then we can take down our old scaffolding here too. Now we just need to follow this for most of it. However, we are going to have to diverge a little bit here soon. Actually, no, we can keep this going for quite a while, honestly. That's good. We don't have to think too hard about it. And just build up what we have. And then after we're done with this stone as well, because we're going to do a little bit around the side, probably to there. After we're done with the stone placing and all that, we'll just get our lighting in like we do on each layer. And we'll just put in a bunch of lighting. And then I'll wait until the next night time that I can, and then we'll take a cool picture or 3. And I probably want to take down all this old scaffolding too, so I'll have to do that. But it's pretty much finally done, so we're at the actual end of it. Of course, we still do have the whole outside that needs to go in. Not to mention the fact that we need to actually like make the cave entrances, and you know, the everything else needs to go into place, and we also need to get these prepped too to actually be able to put peaks in once the outside is done. So these kind of end caps are going to act kind of as like transitions between these kind of like tiered, like very steep areas to the actual like mountainy bits, you know. So they're going to be very important that I do them correctly and we do them last, because I'll just do like a hard cut between an actual mountain and then this kind of like canyon, and then we'll go from that hard cut to this other hard cut, and then we'll fill in the gap with like an actual cool like slope that makes sense and like gets it ready, you know. So it's very important we do it correctly and we do it last. And then once the entire like actual like fixed shape is in, so like we'll have the outside done and we'll have these slopes done, that's when we start putting in our finer details like our texturing, some of our extra bits of terraforming, like, you know, these overhangs and cool caves and cliffs that we'll be making as well. But mainly we want the outside done first and then the cliff second. And then, you know, or I guess the peaks, that's what these are, and then we'll do the peaks second. And then we can do some of our finer detailing. But we're finally done, or close to done with the first big step. And that's pretty cool, because this has taken quite a while just to even get this, so it just keeps getting better and better. This is also where things are going to get a little bit awkward, because we're going to have to cut down the scaffolding here on a moment, and we need to start turning a little bit. And my keyboard gave out again. Cool. Let that do that. Keyboard gave out again. You can hear me like spamming shift. Yeah, and I hit, that one was on me. I just hit S by accident. Now, okay, yeah. We're gonna take a little breather just to kind of let this rest, because damn, seems like it's just being bad. So that's cool. Right where it's not, but it's alright. I'll go ahead and just do this. And then... Okay, come on. That's just stupid. Come on. Not cool. Again, with the fucking shift. Stop. Seriously, I land straight on it. I should be able to just hold shift. There we go, like that. See, that's all we need. That is fucking stupid. Alright, we'll connect it back up to what we already have, and then we'll go ahead and sleep here in a second. Let's go shift that time. There we go. That's pretty good. It's been 4.5 hours. And I want to get this done so I can go eat some ice cream and just... Alrighty, cool. We can go ahead and pick up this shulker box here real quick. And also some of the scaffolding that ended up dropping too. I need to pick up a lot of it, just some of it. I'll just toss it off a cliff. Why not? I already have an entire shulker box of it, so it doesn't really matter, but still. Now, a lot of these cave entrances that we have, like this one, for example, the other two over there, that one, and then the one below this one, and we'll have a couple of more dotted throughout, but they'll open up into the hollow, parts of the mountain as well. But they'll also act as kind of like tunnels, and not like tunnels in the way that like they're completely enclosed, but like they're gonna have like walkways that are either connected by like actual cool like stone supports or by like actual like walkways that are held up by like the by chains on like the ceiling. But either way, there's gonna be actual walkways that go through the mountain, and quite a large number of them at that, so I can comfortably like fly through it instead of having to go over. And then it just looks cool anyway. So that's kind of the other thing as well. But yeah, I want to actually be able to comfortably go through the mountain because I want to have like a nice number of entrance and exit points, all that kind of good shit. And it'll be pretty cool. But again, one of those things that's going to take a very long time, and it's just something I'm putting out there that I want to do. So, but it will be very cool when it's all done. We're nearly good here. We have plenty of excess stone, or we're gonna have plenty of excess stone because we're not actually quite done yet. So we can go and put that there. There we go. And last little bit is we're gonna go to about there, I'd want to say. Be a fair amount. Ow. Okay, that's also another thing too I seem to have forgotten. Good enough. And all we really have to do is just cut down the old scaffolding and just light up some of this stuff, and then we're actually done. So we only have this little section left. Alrighty, and there we go. Cool. So all we would do next time is just fill in a lot of this with dirt and grass. Right now, we're just going to focus mainly on getting rid of all of these. We don't really need to pick up all of them, but I will try and like pick up what I can. Give me a second here. There we go. I'd say. Go dang, enjoy your night then, Bean, but no, good luck with Friday the 13th, by the way. Tell me these next couple, right? Yeah, that should be good. Perfect. And we'll just scaffold over with actual stone. There we go. Alright, we're gonna try and get all this lit up. I guess we'll actually go asleep in my actual bed real quick. That way we don't deal with any hostile mobs, and then it gets the daylight should like reset quicker, so that way next time it's night, hopefully it won't be raining. And then we'll also, I guess we can implant a little bit of the grass and dirt in certain parts, just because I won't have anything else to do while I like pass time until it's, you know, well, it's time, so. Now we have this little bit here that needs to be cleaned. Here we go. Easy enough. Yeah, we actually fucking did it. We got the whole like main rough structure done, and we can go ahead and take a little bit of a break over the next couple of like days / week and a half or so. and we can just go do other things, like actually get the rest of my base completed, and then, you know, we can just get all that stuff done. Maybe go build that gold farm I've been wanting to build for so long, and yeah, it'll be pretty cool. There we go. That's all the lighting done. I guess we can take a look at it from down here. I also want to take some time here to prep some scaffold. Some simple like scaffolding. There we go. Just so that way we can try and get a nice like view of this. We're gonna set our render distance up big. It's gonna lag a good bit, but that's a small price to pay. Yep, that's what it looks like all completed, so pretty damn cool. And I need to do a little bit more. So the game's gonna lag horrendously because I don't want to actually like keep switching it back and forth for the moment. So we're gonna take this stuff down. We're gonna take this stuff down, and then we're gonna go take down the other ones on the other side. Take 2 down. And then we'll temporarily take this down as well, but doesn't really matter. Wait, no, actually we can put this stone away in a better box. There we go. Dope. And yeah, alrighty. I'll take a quick little picture and just flex that this is finally good. So we're gonna pull it back a little bit. Be good. We'll do one at normal. And I'm gonna go ahead and save both of these. And again, we're just kind of passing time and fucking around until it's nighttime so I can actually get a picture of it lit up. So yeah. But we should have some of that spare dirt. And here I'll go ahead and turn back the video settings for the moment. So we will be turning that back up later, but we don't need to do that for right now, so don't worry about it. So again, we'll try and fill in as many of these as we can. We should actually have grass as well for certain parts because we're going to try and actually spread some grass. Here we go. So we got a couple of other very big ones as well, including that one. It's even bigger. And we just want to try to fill these in. Wow, I almost fell off there. That's not cool. Whatever though. There we go. And then we'll go update all of the maps as well after we're done placing in a lot of this stuff. And then we'll have to update them sometime later to a different day when all this grass is grown in as well, because it's not going to look too good on the map when it's all like dirt, but once it is all green, then it'll be looking pretty damn nice. Can't wait for this one to get copyright claimed too by the exact same group. That'll be funny, except for the part where it won't be, but not like it really matters. The sun is getting ready to start setting, so that's good. We'll have to start wrapping this up here. That away, get that out. Be able to have this whole layer here done by sundown. Alrighty, so that's this layer done. We're going to get rid of these. We're going to pack this back up and get ready to light all of this up. And then we need to get back to the viewing spot. There we go. Just for future reference too, what the fuck? How did I miss something here? That's weird. Anyways. So for future reference, we have like, I think 2 more left to fill in. We have this one, and then we have this other huge one too. So yeah, just kind of cool to know. But for right now, we're just focused on getting back to here. Alrighty, we're gonna turn up that. And we're just gonna appreciate this a little bit. And then we're gonna go ahead and turn the FOV. Alrighty, and I want to save these really quickly, so we're gonna save these. And that's it. That's all I needed. We're gonna turn all this down a good bit. That's all not been taken out yet. That's gonna have to do it for me tonight. So I've been at this for 4 hours and 49 minutes. Gonna be like 4 hours 50 minutes by the time I'm actually properly done. But we did it. We got every single layer put into place, fully lit up, and now we can start work on getting rid of the old like cobblestone scaffold and just kind of trimming things out to be a lot nicer. But we got everything that I wanted done. We got it done. And we did even light up the top layer as well. It's just so hard to see with this render distance. It looks like it's dark, but it is lit up. But that's gonna do it for me tonight. Well, tomorrow, and I guess actually no, we'll maybe go up now. I'll do this another time. I don't feel like it right now, honestly. The most we get is like that, and like that, and a little bit of this smaller section put in, but the actual big thing isn't done yet, so it doesn't particularly matter. It's still very impressive nonetheless. We'll update the world map at the very least. We'll go do that, so just to have this done. The fuck is down here? What the hell? Oh, hey, glow squid. A very deep cavern for some odd, like ridiculously deep. Ooh, whatever. I don't know why this is here, but great. I fucking undeployed my light just now. Actually, gotta swim out of here. Oh well, not too big of a deal. But yeah, well, we can go ahead and hang this back up. And that's going to do it. So let me go ahead and maybe switch some things around. There we go. And it is currently day 1238. And we finally got the main part of this done. So that is going to have to do it for me tonight. So it's been nearly 5 hours and we got a lot done. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Sorry it's a little bit slower today, but either way, it's been fun, and I hope to see y'all again next time. So yeah, goodbye for now. If stream would actually end, that is. My PC seems to have given up. So, but yeah, actually, goodbye for now, guys. Sorry about that.